I didn't think this would happen. Hello, everyone. Uh, which one of us is gonna do it first? I don't think the five of us figured out who's going first because technically we're just the same person, it's just different names and appearance and forms, as you can see. I guess a shorty can go first. Hey. Oh, just because you haven't got legs. Yeah. So what of it? Oh, technically I'm older than you. Older than you, no legs. Oh. But yeah. Anyways, to start off, I'm the Great Waluigi 607 on the YouTube side. Tall legless one is Whacky Waluigi, aka the one that's wearing that Waluigi cap. He's the representative of on the Twitch side of things. Then to my right and below and bottom right of Whacky Waluigi is Whacky 607, who's handling the Blue Sky account. While Whacky 607 is the one to the left with who has the golden feet. He's basically the one who's looking after the Steam account. While the Great Whacky Waluigi is the one on the top left, who's just shrugging. None of us got anything better to do. Yeah. It is literally just something I wasn't expecting to happen, but yeah. Hey, it was being planned from the start. Let me just yeah, everything's all sorted. I'm on Whacky Special Zone is up and running. Yeah, I hope everyone's doing well today. Also, yeah, I will. This is literally just a little small intro bit, just to bring everyone in, before we start getting into the main focus of everything. Let's see, we got a Chimchow on the Pokemon Community Center side on Twitch. An event. Pokemon. So yeah, so those on the YouTube side, if anyone's there on YouTube, hello. Hopefully it works. And that's the thing, like, this is the first time doing a multi-stream like this. Well, technically it's the first time I'm ever doing a multi-stream, so it's going to be chaotic. So I don't know if it's going to work or not. Yeah, because I've got the. So yeah, I should basically before we fully begin, I'll. Which one's me? That's gonna get who's again? We're all the same person, so like, what's going on? It's gonna be it's chaotic of who's getting the list of what's happening. Okay, so, but yeah, so okay, it's now up. So on our end, so we'll read it for you. So all five of us are gonna do Whacky Discords, are currently in the first portion, and we'll be back. All five of us are going to return again for the finale part, but for the finale bit of the stream. But we'll have to wait until then. TTW had to get his footnote thing unstuck from the book he's going to read. But yeah, speaking of that. The Great Waluigi 7 is going to be going into the Whacky reading zone to read Final Nights at Freddy's to Silver Eyes. Then before we end up joining his Roblox counterpart in Whacky Roblox Zone for a game of Defenders of Roblox, which is it's basically like a nice little story arc with like shooting zombies and all that, like 30 waves I think it is. You either go from point A to point B. Thing. Then we're gonna. I can't remember which one who will be visit. I can't remember who it is we're visiting. No wait, no, I remember that. It's the Minecraft variant counterpart of him. We'll meet in Whacky Craft Zone. So we'll going to World of Minecraft and all that. And yeah, and for those on Twitch, yes, I am streaming on YouTube as well. If you ever want to hop over and visit, if you need, if you want to, that is, that's up to you. You can tell this is already going chaotic, as I'm struggling to keep my voice calm and all. I'm struggling to speak. Aren't we all? I know you struggle to speak sometimes. Whacky 607. Oh. Yeah. Then after the Whacky Craft Zone, we'll be going into Whacky Avatar Zone with Whacky Waluigi, aka the one who's meant to be running the Twitch channel, but I myself, aka the Great Waluigi 7, has been doing all the voicing for him, and I ended up being, and I've become insane because of him. Wait, well, not my fault. I don't have a PNG tube or whatever it is. Of course. But anyways, outside of Whacky Avatar Zone, which is where he will probably hop, where we'll somewhat join. He'll be going to Sonic Forces, not into Forces itself, but we'll be making a Sonic Forces avatar. We'll also go back to Roblox for a Roblox server called Pulse RP, a roleplay server where you can make your own characters and you can just go about doing the whole roleplay kind of stuff. On there, we'll be just making the characters and a lot. But you'll most likely see them being like TGW7 code characters or like some joke characters or something. But after that, he's going to wrap his portion up with Whacky Sprite Zone, where we just can try and manufacture some more sprites, and then after all that, we'll be diving into Ben the Unique Machine for Whacky Fright Zone, starring Whacky Wah 647, aka the one who constantly smiles to the left with his golden endoskeleton. Yes. Just because, yeah. Outside of Whacky Fright Zone, he's also going to be doing Whacky Racing Zone with Sonic and Sega All Stars Racing. So that's going to be fun. And we should get the music back on. I'm going to turn that down on my end. My headphones were now, so it can be focused. So yeah, so Sonic and All Stars Racing is basically going to be like the first time it's going to be streamed on our end. But then after that, Whacky 607 and the Great Whacky Waluigi are both going to have one big zone to each other, kind of thing. Since Whacky Reaction Zone hasn't really been thought of on what would be a good reaction kind of thing. So that's practically not going to happen. And then again, if we do the Whacky Reaction Zone, then all 5 of us would be there for it. Anyways, outside of that though, Whacky Shenanigan Zone is going to be handled by Whacky 647, as he will be playing Funko Fusion, since not playing Sonic and Shadow Generations, as we want to complete Funko Fusion first. Then the Great Whacky Waluigi will wrap all the zones up with Whacky Chill Zone, where we're going to work on some edits and a lot. And after that, all 5 of us will come back together to give an announcement about something, and then we'll wrap it all up, and then that will be it. We're just hoping it'll be like a lot. We can just hope it's going to be the stream is worth it, and a lot to be. We'll try and see how long we can stream for, and not a lot. So without further ado, that should be everything labeled down. I'm keeping the file open. So let me just that's basically we're now heading into Whacky Special Zone. If the visual. Well, the four of us will leave you with the Great Whacky Special Zone now. Bye everyone. Welcome everyone to Storytime with TGW617. As you see, the book we're reading is is The Silver Eyes. If I'm sounding quieter than I'm going to turn this volume down to there. So yes, Finals of Release The Silver Eyes, made by Scott Cawthon and Kira Breed Risley. Published by Scholastics Inc. Chapter 1. He sees me. Charlie dropped to her hands and knees. She was wedged behind a row of arcade games, cramped in the crawl space between the consoles and the wall. Tangled electrical cords and useless plugs streamed beneath her. She was cornered. The only way out was past the thing. She wasn't fast enough to make it. She could see him stalking back and forth, catching flickers of movement through the gaps between the games. There was scarcely enough room to move. But she tried to crawl backwards. Her foot caught on a cord. She stopped, contorting herself to carefully dislodge it. She heard the clash of metal on metal, and the farthest console rocked back against the wall. He hit it again, shattering the display, then attacked the next, crashing against them almost rhythmically, tearing through the machinery coming closer. I have to get out. I have to. The panicked thought was of no help. There was no way out. Her arm ached, and she wanted to sob aloud. Blood soaked through the tattered bandage, and it seemed as though she could feel it draining out of her. The console a few feet away crashed against a wall, and Charlie flinched. He was getting closer. She could hear the grinding of gears and the clicking of servos, ever louder. Eyes closed, she could still see the way he looked at her, see the matted fur and the exposed metal beneath the synthetic flesh. Suddenly, the console in front of her was wrenched away. It toppled over, thrown down like a toy. The power cords beneath her hands and knees were yanked away. Charlie slipped, almost falling. She caught herself and looked up just in time to see the downward swing of a hook. Welcome to Hurricane, Utah. Charlie smiled wearily at the sign and kept driving. The world didn't look any different from from one side of the sign to the other. But she felt a nervous anticipation as she passed it. She didn't recognize anything. Then again, she hadn't really expected to. Not this far at the edge of town where it was all highway and empty space. She wondered what the others would look like, who they were now. 10 years ago they'd been best friends, and then it happened, and everything ended, at least for Charlie. She hadn't seen any of them since she was 7 years old. They had written all the time as kids, especially Marla, who wrote like she talked, fast and incoherent. But as they got older and they had grown apart, the letters had grown fewer and further between, and the conversations leading up to this trip had been perfunctory and full of awkward pauses. Charlie repeated their names as though to reassure herself that she still remembered them. Marla, Jessica, Lamar, Colton, John, and Michael. Michael was the reason for this trip, after all. It was 10 years since he died. 10 years since it happened. And now his parents wanted them all together for the dedication ceremony. They wanted all his old friends there when they announced the scholarship they were creating in his name. Charlie knew it was a good thing to do, but the gathering still felt slightly macabre. She shivered and turned down the air conditioning, even though she knew it was not the cold. As she drove into the town centre, Charlie began to recognize things. A few stores and the movie theatre, which was now advertising the summer's blockbuster hit. She felt a brief moment of surprise, then smiled at herself. What did you expect? That the whole place would go unchanged? A monument to the moment of your departure, frozen forever in July 1985? Well, that was exactly what she had expected. She looked at her watch. Still a few hours to kill before they all met up. She thought about going to the movie, but she knew what she really wanted to do. Charlie made a left turn and headed out of town. 10 minutes later, she pulled to a stop and got out. The house loomed up before her, its dark outline a wound in the bright blue sky. Charlie leaned back against the car, slightly dizzy. She took a moment to steady herself with deep breaths. She had known it would be here. An illiterate look through her aunt's bank books a few years before had told her that the mortgage was paid off and that Aunt Jen was still paying property taxes. It had only been 10 years. There was no reason it should have changed at all. Charlie climbed the steps slowly, taking in the peeling paint. The third stair still had a loose board, and the rose bushes had taken over one side of the porch, their thorns biting hungrily into the wood. The door was locked, but Charlie had still had her key. She had never actually used it. As she took it from around her neck and slid it into the lock, she remembered her father putting its chain around her neck. In case you ever needed it. Well, she needed it now. The door opened easily, and Charlie looked around. She didn't remember much about the first couple of years here. She had only been 3 years old, and all the memories had faded together in the blur of a child's grief and loss, not understanding why her mother had to go away, clinging to her father every moment, not trusting the world around her unless he was there, unless she was holding tightly to him, burying herself in his flannel shirts and the smell of grease and hot metal and him. The stairs stretched straight up in front of her, but she did not move directly to them. Instead, she went into the living room, where all the furniture was still in place. She had not really noticed it as a child, but the house was a little too large for the furniture they had. Things were spread out too widely in order to fill the space. The coffee table was too far from the couch to reach. The easy chair too far in the room to carry on a conversation. There was a dark stain in the wooden floorboards near the center of the room. Charlie stepped around it quickly and went to the kitchen, where the cupboards held only a few pots, pans, and dishes. Charlie had never felt a lack of anything as a child, but it seemed now that the unnecessary enormity of the house was a sort of apology, the attempt of a man who had lost so much to give his daughter what he could. He'd always had a way of overdoing whatever he did. The last time she was here, the house had been dark and everything felt wrong. She was carried up the stairs to her bedroom, although she was 7 years old and could have gone quicker by her own 2 feet. But Aunt Jen had stopped on the front porch, picked her up and carried her, shielding her face as though she were a baby in the glaring sun. In her room, Aunt Jen set Charlie down and closed the bedroom door behind them. She told her to pack her suitcase, and Charlie had cried because all her things could never fit in that small case. "We can come back for the rest later," Aunt Jen said, her impatience leaking through as Charlie hovered indecisively at her dresser, trying to decide which t-shirts to bring along. They had never come back for the rest. Charlie mounted the stairs, heading to her old bedroom. The door was partially cracked, and as she opened it, she had a giddy feeling of displacement, as though her younger self might be sitting there among her toys. I look up and ask, "Charlie, who are you?" Charlie went in. Like the rest of the house, her bedroom was untouched. The walls were pale pink, and the ceiling, which sloped dramatically on one side to follow the line on the roof, was painted to match. Her old bed still stood against the wall beneath a large window. The mattress was still intact, though the sheets were gone. The window was cracked slightly open, and rotting lace curtains wavered in a gentle breeze from outside. There was a dark water stain in the paint beneath the window, where the weather had gotten in over the years, betraying the house's neglect. Charlie climbed onto the bed and forced the window shut. It obeyed with a screech, and Charlie stepped back and turned her attention to the rest of the room, to her father's creations. Their first night in the house, Charlie had been afraid to sleep alone. She did not remember the night, but her father had told her about it often enough that the story had taken on the quality of a memory. She sat up and wailed until her father came to find her, until he scooped her up and held her and promised her he would make sure she was never alone again. The next morning, he took her by the hand and led her to the garage, where he set to work keeping that promise. The first of his inventions was a purple rabbit, now grey with age from years of sitting in the sunlight. Her father had named him Theodore. He was the size of a 3-year-old child, her size at the time, and he had plush fur, shining eyes, and a dapper red bow tie. He didn't do much, only waved a hand, tilted his head to the side, and said in her father's voice, "I love you, Charlie." But it was enough to give her a night watcher, someone to keep her company when she could not sleep. Right now, Theodore sat in a white wicker chair in the far corner of the room. Charlie waved at him, but not activated. He did not wave back. After Theodore, the toys got more complex. Some worked and some did not. Some seemed to have permanent glitches, while others simply did not appeal to Charlie's childish imagination. She knew her father took those back to his workshop and recycled them for parts, though she did not like to watch them being dismantled. But the ones that were kept, those she loved, they were here now, looking at her expectantly. Smiling, Charlie pushed a button beside her bed. It gave way stiffly, but nothing happened. She pushed it again, holding it down longer, and this time, across the room and with a weary creak of metal on metal, the unicorn began to move. The unicorn, Charlie had named him Stanley for some reason she could no longer remember, was made of metal and being painted glossy white. He trundled around the room on a circular track, bobbing his head stiffly up and down. The track squealed as Stanley rounded the corner and came to a stop beside the bed. Charlie knelt beside him on the floor and patted his flank. His glossy paint was chipped and peeling, and his face had given over to rust. His eyes were lively, gazing out of the decay. You need a new coat of paint, Stanley," Charlie said. The unicorn stared ahead, unresponsive. At the foot of the bed, There was a wheel, made of patched together metal. It had always reminded her of something she might find on a submarine. Charlie turned it. It stuck for a moment, then gave way, rotating as it always did. Across the room, the smallest closet door swung open. Out sailed Ella on her track, a child-sized doll bearing a teacup and saucer in her tiny hands like an offering. Ella's plaid dress was still crisp, and her patent leather shoes still shone. Perhaps the closet had protected her from the damage of the damp. Charlie had had an identical outfit. My apologies. Back when she and Ella were still the same height. "Hi, Ella," she said softly as the wheel unwound. Ella retreated to the closet again, the door closing behind her. Charlie followed her. The closets have been built to align with the slant of the ceiling, and there were 3 of them. Ella lived in the short one, which was about 3.5 feet tall. Next to it was one a foot or so taller, and the third closest to the bedroom door, was the same height as the rest of the room. She smiled, remembering. "Why do you have 3 closets?" John had demanded the first time he came over. She looked at him blankly, confused by the question. "Because that's how many there are," she said finally. She pointed defensively to the little one. "That one's Ella's anyways," she added. John nodded, satisfied. Charlie shook her head and opened the door to the middle closet. Or tried to. The knob stopped with a jolt. It was locked. She tried a few times but gave up without much conviction. She stayed crouched low to the floor and glanced up at the tallest closet. Her big girl closet that she would someday grow into. "You won't need it until you're bigger," her father would say. But that day never came. The door now hung open slightly, but Charlie didn't disturb it. It hadn't opened for her. It had only given way to time. As she moved to stand, she noticed something shiny, half hidden under the rim of the locked middle door. She leaned forward to pick it up. It looked like a broken piece of a circuit board. She smiled slightly. Nuts, bolts, scraps, and parts had turned up all over the place, once upon a time. Her father always had stray parts in his pockets. He would carry around something he was working on, set it down, and forget where it was. Or worse, put something aside for safekeeping, never to be seen again. There was also a strand of her hair clinging to it. She unwound it carefully from the tiny lip of metal it was stuck on. Finally, as though she'd been putting it off, Charlie crossed the room and picked up Theodore. His back had not faded in the sun like the front of his body, and it was the same rich, dark purple she remembered. She pressed a button on the base of his neck, but he remained lifeless. His fur was threadbare, one ear hanging loose by a single rotten thread, and through the hole she could see the green plastic of his circuit board. Charlie held her breath, listening fearfully for something. The rabbit said with a barely audible halting noise, and Charlie set him down, her face hot and her chest pinched tight. She had not really expected to hear her father's voice again. "Why don't you?" Charlie looked around the room. When she was a child, it had been her own magical world, and she was possessive of it. Only a few chosen friends were even allowed inside. She went to her bed and set Stanley moving on his track again. She left, closing the door behind her before the little unicorn came to a halt. She went out the back door to the driveway and stopped in front of the garage. That had been her father's workshop. Half buried in the gravel and a few feet away was a piece of metal. And Charlie went to pick it up. jointed in the middle, and she held it in her hands, smiling a little as she bent it back and forth. An elbow joint, she thought. I wonder who that was going to belong to. She had stood in this exact spot many times before. She closed her eyes, and the memory overwhelmed her. She was a little girl again, sitting on the floor of her father's workshop, playing with scraps of wood and metal, as though they were toy blocks, I apologize. Trying to build a tower with the uneven pieces. The shop was hot, and she was sweaty, grime sticking to her legs as she sat in her shorts and sneakers. She could almost smell the sharp metallic odor of soldering iron. Her father was nearby, never out of sight, working on Stanley the Unicorn. Stanley's face was unfinished, one side white and shining and friendly, with a gleaming brown eye that seemed almost to see. The other half of the toy's face was exposed circuit boards and metal parts. Charlie's father looked at her and smiled, and she smiled back, beloved. In a darkened corner behind her father, barely visible, hung a jumble of metal limbs, a twisted skeleton with burning silver eyes. Every once in a while, it gave an uncanny twitch. Charlie tried to never look at it, but as her father worked, as she played with her makeshift toys, her eye was drawn back to it again and again. The limbs, contorted, seemed almost mocking. The thing a ghastly jester, and yet there was something about it that suggests enormous pain. Daddy, Charlie said, and her father did not look up from his work. Daddy, she said again, more urgently. This time, he turned to her slowly, as though not fully present in the world. What do you need, sweetie? She pointed to the metal skeleton. Does it hurt? She wanted to ask the question, but looking into her father's eyes, she found she could not. She shook her head. Nothing. He nodded at her with an absent smile and went back to his work. Behind him, the creature gave another awful twitch, and its eyes still burned. Charlie shivered and drew herself back to the present. She glanced behind her, feeling exposed. She looked down, and her gaze fixed on something. 3 widely spaced grooves in the ground. She knelt, thoughtful, and ran her finger over one of them. The gravel was scattered away, a mark worn heavily into the dirt, a camera tripod of some sort. It was the first unfamiliar thing she'd seen. The door to the workshop was cracked open slightly, inviting, but she felt no desire to go inside. Quickly, she headed back to the car, but she stopped as soon as she settled into the driver's seat. Her keys are gone, having probably fallen out of her pocket somewhere inside the house. I apologize. And she retraced her steps, merely glancing into the living room and kitchen before heading up to her bedroom. The keys were on the wicker chair beside Theodore the rabbit. She picked them up and jangled them for a moment, not quite ready to leave the room behind. She sat down on the bed. Stanley the Unicorn had stopped beside the bed as he always did, and as she sat, she patted him absently on the head. It had grown dark while she was outside, and the room was now cast in shadows. Somehow, without the bright sunlight, the toy's flaws and deterioration were thrown into sharp relief. Theodore's eyes no longer shone, and his thin fur and hanging ear made him look like a sickly vagabond. When she looked down at Stanley, The rust around his eyes made them look like hollow sockets, and his bared teeth, which she had always thought over the smile, became an awful, knowing grin of a skull. Charlie stood up, careful not to touch him, and hurried toward the door, but a foot caught on the wheel beside the bed. She tripped on the tracks and fell sprawling to the floor. There was a whir of spinning metal, and as she raised her head, a small pair of feet appeared under her nose. Clad in shining patent leather, she looked up there, and above was Ella, staring down at her, silent and uninvited, her glassy eyes almost appearing to see. The teacup and saucer were held up before her with a military stiffness. Charlie got up cautiously, taking care not to disturb the doll. She left the room, stepping carefully to avoid accidentally activating any other toys. As Charlie went, Ella retreated to her closet, almost matching her pace. Charlie hurried down the stairs, seized by an urgency to get away. In the car, she fumbled the keys 3 times before sliding into place. She backed too fast down the driveway, running recklessly over the grass of the front yard, and sped away. After about a mile, Charlie pulled over on the shoulder and turned the car off, staring straight ahead through the windshield. Her eyes focused on nothing. She forced herself to breathe slowly. She reached up and adjusted the rear view mirror so she could see herself. She was always expected to see pain, anger, and sorrow written on her face, but they were never there. Her cheeks were pink, and her round face looked almost cheerful like always. Her first weeks living with Aunt Jen, she heard the same things over and over again when Aunt Jen introduced her. "What a pretty child! What a happy-looking child she is!" Charlie always looked like she was about to smile, her brown eyes wide and sparkling, her thin mouth ready to curve up even when she wanted to sob. The incongruity was a mild betrayal. She ran her fingers through her light brown hair as though that would magically fix its slight frizziness and put the mirror back into position. She turned the car back on and searched for a radio station, hoping music would bring her fully back to reality. She flipped from station to station, not really hearing what any of them was playing, and finally settled on an AM broadcast with a host who seemed to be yelling I can't say this word. Condescendingly, there you go, forgot that. Yelling condescendingly at his audience. She had no idea what he was talking about, but the brash and annoying sound was enough to jar her back into the present. The clock in the car was always wrong, so she checked her watch. It was always time to meet her friends at the diner they had chosen, near the center of town. Charlie pulled back onto the road and drove, letting the sound of the angry talk radio host soothe her mind. When she reached the restaurant, Charlie pulled into the lot and stopped, but did not park. The front of the diner had a long picture window up all across it, and she could see right inside. Though she had not seen them for years, it took her only a moment to spot her friends through the glass. Jessica was easiest to pick out. In the crowd, she always enclosed pictures with her letters. Right now, she looked exactly like her last photo. Even seated, she was clearly taller than either of the boys, and very thin. Though Charlie could not see her whole outfit, she was wearing a loose white shirt with an embroidered vest. and she had a brimmed hat perched on her glossy, shoulder-length brown hair, with an enormous flower threatening to tip it off her head. She was gesturing excitedly about something as she spoke. The two boys were sitting next to each other, facing her. Colton looked like an older version of his red-headed childhood self. He still had a bit of a baby face, but his features had refined, and his hair was carefully tousled and had held in place. With some alchemical hair product. It was almost pretty for a boy, and he wore a black walkout shirt, though she doubted he'd ever worked a day in his life. Worked out a day in his life. He slouched forward on the table, resting his chin in his hands. Beside him, John sat closest to the window. John had been the kind of child who got dirty before he even went outside. There would be paint on his shirt before the teacher handed out the watercolors, strange grass stains on his knees before they came near a playground, and dirt under his fingernails just after he washed his hands. Charlie knew it was him, that it had to be, but he looked completely different. The grubbiness of childhood had been replaced by something crisp and clean. He was wearing a neatly pressed, light green button-down shirt, the sleeves rolled up and the collar open, preventing him from looking too uptight. He was leaning back confidently in the booth, nodding enthusiastically, apparently absorbed in whatever Jessica was saying. The only concession to his former self was his hair, sticking up all over his head, and he had a 5 o'clock shadow, a smug adult version of the dirt he was always covered in as a kid. Charlie smiled to herself. John had been something like a childhood crush, before either of them really understood what that meant. He gave her cookies from his Transformers lunchbox, and once in kindergarten he took the blame when she broke the glass jar that held coloured beads for art and crafts. She remembered the moment when it slipped from her hands as she watched it fall. She could not move fast enough to catch it, but she would not have tried. She wanted to see it break. The glass hit the wood floor and shattered into 1,000 pieces, and the beads scattered, many coloured among the shards. She thought it was beautiful, and then started to cry. John had a note sent home to his parents, and she told him thank you. He had winked with an irony beyond his years and simply said, "For what?" After that, John was allowed to come to her room. She let him play with Stanley and Theodore, watching him anxiously the first time he learned to press the buttons and make them move. She would be crushed if he didn't like them, knowing instinctively that it would make her think less of him. They were her family, but John was fascinated as soon as he saw them. He loved her mechanical toys, and so she loved him. 2 years later, behind a tree beside her father's workshop, she almost let him kiss her, and then it happened, and everything ended, at least for Charlie. Charlie shook herself, forcing her mind back into the present. Looking again at Jessica's polished appearance, she glanced down at herself. Purple t-shirt, denim jacket, black jeans and combat boots. It felt like a good choice this morning, but now she wished she had chosen something else. "This is all you ever wear," she reminded herself. She parked and locked the car behind her, even though people in Hurricane did not usually lock their cars. Then she went into the diner to meet her friends, for the first time in 10 years. The warmth, noise and light of the restaurant hit her in a wave as she entered. For a moment she was overwhelmed. but Jessica saw her pause in the doorway and shouted her name. Charlie smiled and went over. "Hi," she said awkwardly, flicking her eyes at each of them, but not fully making contact. Jessica scooted over on the red vinyl bench and patted the seat beside her. "Here, sit," she said. "I was just telling John and Colton about my glamorous life." She rolled her eyes as she said it, managing to convey both self-deprecation and the sense that her life was truly something exciting. "Did you know Jessica lives in New York?" Colton said. "The F-22 aircraft flashes by New York." There was something careful about the way he spoke, like he was thinking about his words before he formed them. John was silent, but he smiled at Charlie anxiously. Jessica rolled her eyes again, with a flash of deja vu, and Charlie suddenly recalled that this had been a habit even when they were children. 8 million people live in New York, Carlton. It's not exactly an achievement," Jessica said. Carlton shrugged. I've never been anywhere," he said. I didn't know you still lived in town," Charlie said. "Where else am I going to live? My family have been here since 1896, he added, deepening his voice to mimic his father. "Is that even true?" Charlie asked. "I don't know," Colton said in his own register. "Could be. Dad ran for mayor 2 years ago. I mean, he lost, but still. Who runs for mayor?" He made a face. "I swear the day I turn 18, I am out of here." Where are you going to go?" "Where are you going to go?" John asked, looking seriously at Colton. Colton melted his eyes. Just a serious moment. Abruptly, he broke away and pointed out the window, closing one eye as if to get his aim true. John raised an eyebrow as he looked out the window, trying to follow the line Colton was pointing to. Charlie looked too. Colton wasn't pointing at anything. John opened his mouth to say something, but Colton interrupted. "Oh," he said as he smoothly pointed in the opposite direction. "Okay," John scratched his head, looking slightly embarrassed. "Anyway, right," he added with a laugh. "Where's everyone else?" Charlie asked, peering out of the window and searching the parking lot for the new arrivals. "Tomorrow," John said. They're coming tomorrow morning," Jessica jumped in to clarify. "Marla's bringing her little brother. Can you believe it?" "Jason?" Charlie smiled. She remembered Jason as a little bundle of blankets with a tiny red face peeking out. I mean, who wants a baby around?" Jessica adjusts her hat primly. "I'm pretty sure he's not a baby anymore," Charlie said, stifling a laugh. "Practically a baby," Jessica said. "Anyways, I booked us a room at the motel down by the highway. It was all I could find, and the boys are staying with Carlton." "Okay," Charlie said. She was vaguely impressed by Jessica's organization, but she wasn't happy about the plan. She was loath to share a room with Jessica. None seemed like a stranger. Jessica became the kind of girl who intimidated her. Polished and immaculate, speaking as though she had everything in life figured out. For a moment, Charlie considered going back to her old house for the night. But as soon as she thought of it, the idea repelled her. That house, that night, was no longer the province of the living. "Don't be dramatic," she scolded herself. And now John was speaking. He had a way of commanding attention with his voice, not because he spoke less often than everyone else. He spent most of his time listening, but not out of reticence. He was gathering information, speaking only when he had wisdom or sarcasm to dispense. Often it was both at once. "Does anyone know what's happening tomorrow?" They were all silent for a moment, and the waitress took the opportunity to come over for their order. Charlie flipped quickly through the menu, her eyes not really focusing on the words. Her turn to order. Eggs, she laughed. The woman's sad expression was still fixed on her. She not finished. Scrambled with white wheat toast, she added, and the woman went away. Charlie looked back down at the menu. She hated this about herself. When she was caught off guard, she seemed to lose all ability to act or process what was going on around her. People were incomprehensible, their demands alien. Ordering dinner shouldn't be hard, she thought. The others had begun their conversation again, and she turned her attention to them, feeling like she had fallen behind. What do he say to his parents? Jessica was saying. Carlton, do you ever see them? Charlie asked. Not really, he said. Around, I guess, sometimes. I'm surprised they stayed in Hurricane, Jessica said, with a note of worldly disapproval in her voice. Charlie said nothing, but she thought, how could they not? His body had never been found. How could they not have secretly hoped he might come home, no matter how impossible they knew it was? How could they leave the only home Michael knew? It would mean really finally giving up on him. Maybe that was what the scholarship was, an admission that he was never coming home. Charlie was acutely aware that they were in a public place, where talking about Michael felt inappropriate. They were, in a sense, both insiders and outsiders. They had been closer to Michael, probably more than anyone in this restaurant. But with the exception of Carlton, they were no longer from Hurricane. They did not belong. She saw the tears falling on her paper placemat before she felt them. She simply wiped her eyes, looking down, hoping no one had noticed. When she looked up, John appeared to be studying his silverware, but she knew he had seen. She was grateful to him for not trying to offer comfort. John, do you still write? Charlie asked. John had declared himself an author when they were about 6, having learned to read and write when he was 4, a year ahead of the rest of them. At the age of 7, he completed his first novel and pressed his poorly spelled, inscrutably illustrated creation on his friends and family, demanding reviews. Charlie remembered that she had given him only 2 stars. John laughed at the question. I actually do have my ear. I actually do my E's the right way these days, he said. Can't believe you remember that. I do actually, yeah. He stopped, clearly wanting to say more. What do you write? Carlton obliged, and John looked down at his placemat, speaking mostly to the table. Short stories mostly. I actually had one published last year. I mean, it was just in a magazine, nothing big. They all made suitable noises of being impressed, and he looked up again, embarrassed but pleased. What was the story about? Charlie asked. John hesitated, but before he could speak, or decide not to, the waitress returned with their food. They had all ordered from the breakfast menu: coffee, eggs, and bacon. Blueberry pancakes for Carlton. The brightly coloured food looked hopeful, like a fresh start to the day. Charlie took a bite of her toast, and they all ate silently for a moment. Hey Carlton, John said suddenly, whatever happened to Freddy's anyways? With a brief hush, Carlton looked nervously at Charlie, and Jessica stared up at the ceiling. John flushed red, and Charlie spoke hastily. It's okay, Carlton, I'd like to know too. Carlton shrugged, stabbing his pancakes nervously with his fork. They built over it, he said. What did they build? Jessica asked. Is there something else there now? Was it built over or just torn down? John asked. Alton shrugged again, quick, like a nervous tick. Like I said, I don't know. It's too far back from the road, you see, and I haven't exactly investigated. Might have been leased to someone, but I don't know what they did. It's all been blocked off for years, under construction. Oh, sorry about that. I hit the mic by accident. You can't even tell if the building's still there. So it could still be there? Jessica asked, with a spark of excitement breaking through. Well, I said I don't know, Carlton answered. Charlie felt the diner's fluorescent lights glaring down at her face, something too bright. She felt exposed. She had barely eaten, but she found herself rising from the booth, pulled a few crumpled bills from her pocket and dropping them to the table. I'm going outside for a minute, she said. Smoke break, she added hastily. You don't smoke. You don't smoke. She chided herself with a clumsy lie, and she made her way to the door. Jolson passed a family of four without saying, "Excuse me," and stepped out into the cool evening. She walked to her car and sat on the hood, the metal denting slightly under her weight. She took in breaths of the cool air as if it were water and closed her eyes. You knew it would come up. You knew you would have to talk about it, she reminded herself. She had practiced on the drive here, had forced herself to think about that, to think back to happy memories. To smile and say, remember when? She thought she was prepared for this. Of course, she had been wrong. Why else would she have run out the restaurant like a child? Charlie? She opened her eyes and saw John standing next to the car, holding her jacket in front of him like an offering. You forgot your jacket, he said. She made herself smile at him. Thanks, she said. She took it and draped it over her shoulders, and slid over the car's hood for him to sit. Sorry about that, she said. In the dim lights of the parking lot, Lush could still see him blush to the ears. He joined her on the car's hood, leaving a deliberate space between them. I haven't learned the thing before I talk. I'm sorry. I think that Charlie... It didn't say who was speaking that though. But although I suppose we know, John watched the sky as a plane passed overhead. Charlie smiled. This time I'm forced. It's okay. I knew it was going to come up. It had to. It sounds stupid, but I never think about it. I'll own it myself. No one knows what happened except... Oh, this is one Charlie then. It's okay. I knew it was going to come up. It had to. It sounds stupid. But I never think about it. I don't let myself. No one knows what happened except my aunt. And we never talk about it. Then I come here and suddenly it's everywhere. I was just surprised, that's all. Uh-oh, John pointed. Julie saw Jessica and Colton hesitating in the doorway of the diner. She waved them over and they came. And that time at Freddy's when merry-go-round got stuck, and Marlo and that mean kid Billy had to keep riding it until their parents plucked them off, Charlie said. John laughed, and the sound made her smile. Their faces were bright red, crying like babies. She covered her face, guilty that it was so funny to her. There was a brief, surprised silence, and Colton started laughing. Then Marla pooped all over him. Sweet justice, Charlie said. Actually, I think it was nachos, John added. Jessica wrinkled her nose. So gross, I I never wrote it again, not after that. Oh, come on, Jessica. They cleaned it, said Carlton. I'm pretty sure kids puked all over that place. Those wet floor signs weren't there for nothing, right, Charlie? Don't look at me, she said. I never puked. We used to spend so much time there. Privileges of knowing the owner's daughter, Jessica said, looking at Charlie with a mock accusation. I can't help who my dad was, Charlie said, laughing. Jessica looked thoughtful for a moment before she continued. I mean, how could you have a better childhood than spending all day at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza? I don't know, said Colton. I think that music got to me over the years. He hummed a few bars of the familiar song. Charlie dipped her head to it, recalling the tune. I love those animals so much, Jessica said suddenly. What's the proper term for them? Animals, robots, mascots? I think those are all accurate. Charlie leaned back. Anyways, I used to go talk to Bunny, or what was his name again? Bonnie, Charlie said. Yeah, said Jessica. I used to complain to him about my parents. I always thought he had an understanding look about him. Carlton laughed. Animatronic therapy, recommended by 6 out of 7 crazy people. Shut up, Jessica retorted. I knew he wasn't real. I just liked talking to him. Charlie smiled a little. I remember that, she said. Jessica in her prim little dresses, her brown hair in 2 tight braids, like a little kid out of an old book, walking up to the stage when the show was over, whispering earnestly to the life-size animatronic rabbit. If anyone came up beside her, she went instantly silent still, waiting for them to go away so she could resume her one-sided conversations. Charlie had never talked to the animals like at her father's restaurant, or felt close to them like some kids seemed to. Although she liked them, they belonged to the public. She had her own toys, mechanical friends waiting for her at home, that belonged only to her. I like Freddy, said John. He always seemed the most relatable. Yeah, there are a lot of things about my childhood that I can't remember at all, Colton said. That's why I close my eyes and see every last detail of the place. Even the gum I used to stick under the tables. Gum? Yeah, right, those were boogers. Jessica took a tiny step away from Colton. He grinned. I was 7. What do you want? You all picked on me back then. My mother wrote Carlton smells like feet on the wall outside. You did smell like feet, Jessica laughed with a sudden outburst. Carlton shrugged, unperturbed. I was trying hard when it was time to go home. I wanted to be stuck in there overnight so I could have the whole place to myself. Yeah, you always kept everyone waiting, said John, and you hid under the same table. Charlie spoke slowly. When she did, everyone turned to her, as though they had been waiting. Sometimes I feel like I remember every inch of it, like Carlton, she said. Sometimes it's like I hardly remember it at all. It's all in pieces. Like, I remember the carousel, and that time I got stuck. I remember drawing on the placemats. I remember little things, eating that greasy pizza, hugging Freddy in the summer, and his yellow fur getting stuck all over my clothes. But a lot of it's like pictures, like it happened to someone else. They all looked at her oddly. Freddy was brown, right? Jessica looked at the others for confirmation. I guess you really don't remember that well after all. Carlton teased Charlie, and she laughed briefly. Right, I meant brown, she said. Brown. Freddie was Brown. Of course he was. She could see him in her mind now. But somewhere in the depths of her recall, there was a flash of something else. Carlton launched into another story, and Charlie tried to turn her attention to him. But there's something disturbing, worrisome about that lapse in her memory. It was 10 years ago. It's not like you've gotten dementia at 17, she told herself. But it was such a basic detail to have misremembered. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught John looking at her, a pensive expression on his face, as though she said something important. You really don't remember you really don't know what happened to it? She asked Carlton with more urgency in her voice, more energy in her voice than she intended. She's still talking, surprised. Sorry, she said. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. It's okay, he said. But yeah, oh no, I really don't know what happened. How can you not know? You live here. Charlie, come on, said John. It's not like I hang around that part of town. Things are different. The town has grown, Con said mildly, seemingly unruffled by her outburst. I don't look for reasons to go around there, and, what would I? There isn't any reason. Not anymore. We could go there, John said suddenly. Charlie's heart skipped. Carlton looked nervously at Charlie. What? Seriously? It's a mess. I don't know if you can even get to it. Charlie found herself nodding. She felt as though she had spent the whole day weighed down by the memory, seeing everything through a filter of years. Now she felt suddenly alert, mind fully present. She wanted to go. Let's do it, she said. Even if there's nothing there, I want to see. They were all silent. Suddenly, John smiled with a reckless confidence. Yeah, let's do it. And that was chapter 1. It had taken pages from a total of 30 pages. Complete. Chapter 2 is longer, from pages 31 to 66. I'll continue chapter 2. I'll read through chapter 2 and then I'll probably will get us over to Whacky Roblox Zone. So, chapter 2. Charlie pulled to a stop, feeling the soft give of dirt under her tires, and turned off the car. She got out and surveyed their surroundings. The sky was a rich, dark blue, the last trails of the sunset streaking off to the west. The parking lot was unpaved. Before them lay a sprawling monster of a building, a rising acre of glass and concrete. There were lamps in the parking lot that had never been used. No lights shone out onto the lot. The building itself looked like an abandoned sanctuary, entombed in black trees amid the distant roar of civilization. She looked at Jessica in the passenger seat, who was craning her neck out the window. Is this the right place? Jessica asked. Charlie shook her head slowly. I always don't know what she was seeing. I don't know, she whispered. Charlie got out of her car and stood in silence as John and Carlton pulled up beside her. What is this? John stepped out of the car cautiously and stared blankly at the monument. Does anyone have a flashlight? He looked at each of them. Carlton held up his keychain and waved around the feeble glow of a pen light for a minute. Great, John muttered, walking away with resignation. Hold on a sec, Charlie said, and she went around her trunk. Won't make me carry both on a bunch of stuff for emergencies. Aunt Jen, loving but severe. I thought Charlie self-reliance above almost anything else. Before she let Charlie have a Honda, she had insisted that Charlie know how to change a tire, check the oil, and know the basic parts of the engine. In the trunk, in the black box tucked in next to the jack, spare tire, and small crowbar, she had a blanket, a heavy police-issue flashlight, bottled water, and granola bars, matches, and emergency flares. Charlie grabbed the flashlight. Carlton grabbed the granola bar. Almost by a silent agreement, they began to walk the building perimeter, I should say. Charlie holding up the light in a steady beam in front of them. The building itself looked mostly finished, but the ground was all dirt and rock, uneven and soft. Charlie shone the light on the ground, where the grass had grown patchy in the dirt, inches long. No one has been digging for a while, Charlie said. The place was massive, and it took a long time to circumnavigate. It wasn't long before the rich blue of the evening was overtaken by a blanket of scattered silver clouds and stars. The surfaces of the building were all the same, smooth beige concrete, with windows too high up on the walls to see inside. Did they really build this whole thing and then just leave? Jessica said. Carlton, said John. You don't know anything about what happened. Carlton shrugged expansively. I told you, I knew there was destruction, but I don't know anything else. Why would they do this? John seemed almost paranoid, scouting the trees as though he might be looking back at him. Their eyes might be looking at him. It just goes on and on. He squinted, gazing along the outside wall of the building, which seemed to stretch endlessly into the distance. He glanced back to the trees as if making sure they hadn't missed a building somehow. No, it was here. He placed his hand on the drum concrete facing. It's gone. After a moment, he gestured to the others and began to walk back the way they came. Reluctantly, Charlie turned back, following the group. They kept going until they could see their cars again up ahead in the darkness. Sorry guys, I hope there would at least be something familiar, Carlton said exotically. Yeah, Charlie said. Should have known it would be. But seeing that phrase as being razed to the ground was still a shock. It was so paramount sometimes in her mind that she wanted to get rid of it. Wanted the scripted memories, good and bad, from her head, as if they had never been. Now someone had scrubbed it from the landscape, and it felt like a violation. It should have been up to her, right? She thought. Because you had the money to buy it and preserve it, like Aunt Jen did with the house. Charlie? John was saying her name, and sounded like he was repeating it. Sorry, she said. What are we saying? Do you want to go inside? Jessica asked. Charlie was surprised they were only now considering this. And again, none of them were usually prone to criminal activity. The thought was a release, and she took a deep breath, speaking on her exhale. Why not? She said, almost laughing. She hefted the flashlight. I'm also getting tired. Anyone else want to turn? She waved it back and forth like a pendulum. Carlton grabbed it and took it for a moment to appreciate its weight. Why is it so heavy? He said, passing it off to John. Here you go. It's a police flashlight, Charlie said absently. You can hit people with it. Jessica wrinkled her nose. You really wasn't kidding around, huh? Ever used it? Not yet. Charlie winked and made her a half-threatening glance at John, returning an pretended an uncertain half-smile, unsure how to react. The wide entrances were sealed and with hammered metal doors, no doubt intended to be temporary until construction was finished. Still, it wasn't difficult to find a way in, since many large mounds of gravel and sand scaled the walls, leading right up to the edges of the large gaping windows. Not trying hard to keep people out, John said. What's anyone going to steal? Charlie said, staring at the blank towering walls. They climbed the hills slowly, the gravel shifting and sliding beneath their feet as they went. Carlton reached the window first and peered through. Jessica looked over his shoulder. Can we drop down? John asked. Yes, said Carlton. No, Jessica said at the same time. I'll go, Charlie said. She felt reckless, looking through how far the fall was. She put her feet through the opening and let herself drop. She landed, knees bent. The impact rocked her, but it did not hurt. She looked up at her friend staring down. Oh, hang on, she called, pulling a short step ladder from a wall nearby and setting it under the window. Okay, she said, come on. They dropped down one by one and looked around them. Inside was an atrium, or maybe it could have become a food court. Metal benches and plastic tables scattered around. Some bottomed the floor. The ceiling rose up high above them, to a glass roof where they could see the stars peering down at them. Very post-apocalyptic, Charlie joked, her voice echoing in the open space. Jessica sang a brief, wordless scale suddenly, startling them all into silence. Her voice rang out pure and clear, something beautiful in the emptiness. Very nice, but let's not call too much attention to ourselves, John said. Right, Jessica said, still very happy with herself. As they walked on, Colton swept up and took her arm. Your voice is amazing, he said. It's just good acoustics, Jessica said, attempting humility but not meaning a word of it. They walked the empty halls, peering into each of the massive cavities where the department store might have been. Some parts of the mall have been almost finished, while others were in shambles. Some hallways were littered with piles of dusty concrete bricks and stacks of wood. Others were lined with glass and panelled storefronts, lights hanging in perfect rows above their heads. It's like a lost city, John said. Like Pompeii, said Jessica, without the volcano. No, Charlie said. There's something here. There's nothing here. The whole place had a sterile feel to it. It was not abandoned. It had never sustained life at all. She looked in the store window across from her, one of the few with glass, wondering what would have been displayed. She imagined mannequins, dressed in bright clothing, but when she tried to picture them, all she was blank faces concealing something. She suddenly felt out of place, unwelcomed by the building itself. Charlie began to feel restless. One of the luster wearing off the adventure. Now, some of the luster was the adventure. They had come. Freddy's was gone. So was the shrine she had kept in her thoughts, where she could still find Michael play where she last saw him. John stopped suddenly, turning off the flashlight as carefully as he could, put her finger to his lips, motioning for silence. He just back to the way they had come. In the distance, they saw a small light bobbing in the darkness. like a ship in the fog. Someone else is here, he hissed. The night guard, maybe? Carlton whispered. Why would an abandoned building need a guard? Charlie wondered. Kids probably come here at the party, Carlton said, then grinned. I would have come here to the party too, if I'd known about it, or if I partied. Okay, well, let's backtrack slowly, John said. Jessica? He started, then made a zip-it motion across his lips. They continued down the hallway, this time with only the dimmer light of Carlton's keychain. Wait! Jessica stopped with a whisper, looking intently at the pulls around them. Something's not right. Yeah, no giant pretzels or no, Carlton. Carlton seemed sincere. Jessica waved a hand at him impatiently. No! Something isn't right about his architecture. She took several steps back, practically the whole of it. Something's definitely not right, she repeated. It's bigger on the outside. Bigger on the outside? Charlie repeated, some puzzled. I mean, there's a big difference between where the inside wall is and where the outside wall is. Look. Jessica ran along a length of the wall between her, where the two stores would have been. There would have been a store here and a store there. There would have been a store here and a store there. And a store here and a store there. The drawing pointed to the obvious, understanding the problem. Maybe there is something in the middle, Jessica exclaimed, putting her hands against an empty portion of the wall. This part just out the parking lot, like the stores on each end of the side. There's no way into it. You're right. Charlie started, moving towards Jessica, studying the walls. There should be another entrance here. And Jessica dropped her voice so that only Charlie could hear. They're about the same size as pretties, don't you think? Charlie's eyes widened as she took a quick step back from Jessica. What are you two whispering about? Carlton stepped closer. We're talking about you, Jessica said sharply, and they walked into one of the vacant department stores that seemed to sandwich the sealed place. Come on, she said, let's take a look. They started combing the wall as a group, clustered around the tiny light. Charlie was not sure what to hope for. Aunt Jen had warned her about coming back. She didn't encourage Charlie to skip the memorial, not directly, but she wasn't pleased that Charlie was returning to Hurricane. Just be careful, Aunt Jen had said. Some things, some memories are best left undisturbed. Is that why you kept Dad's house? Charlie thought, is that why you kept paying for it? Being untouched like some kind of shrine? Never visiting? Hey! Hey! John was gesturing widely, running inside to catch the rest of them. Hide! The light was out in the hall again, hopping up and down, and it was coming closer. Charlie glanced around. They were already too deep inside the massive store to get out in time. There seemed to be nowhere to hide. Here! Jessica whispered, and there was a break in the wall beside a rig of scaffolding. They hurried into it, squeezing past stacks of open boxes and sheets of plastic hanging from the ceiling. They made their way down what appeared to be a makeshift hallway, just on the other side of the department store wall. It was really more like an alley. It was incongruous with the rest of the wall. The mall, not shiny and new, but dank and musty. One wall was made of the same concrete as the outside of the building. It was rough and unfinished, and the other was exposed brick, and parts faded smooth with age, others with mortar crumbling, leaving chinks and holes. Heavy wooden shelves of cleaning equipment stood against the wall, listing to the side, their boards sinking under the weight of the old paint cans and mysterious puppets. Something was dripping from uncovered pipes overhead, leaving puddles that they all stepped carefully around. A mouse got by, almost running over Carlton's foot. Carlton made a strangled sound, hand over his mouth. They crouched down behind one of the wooden shelving units, pressing up against the wall. Charlie doused the light and waited. She took shallow breaths, perfectly still, watching and wishing she had picked a better position to freeze into. After a few minutes, her legs started to feel numb under her, and Cotton was so close that she could smell the light, pleasant scent of his shampoo. "That's nice," she whispered. "Thanks," Cotton said, mainly what she was referring to. Comes in ocean breeze and tropical paradise. I prefer ocean breeze, but it dries the scalp. Hush, John hissed. Charlie wasn't sure why she was so worried. It was just a night guard, and at the worst they would be asked to leave. Maybe yelled at a little. She had an overblown aversion to getting into trouble. The bobbing light came closer. Charlie was acutely aware of her body, holding every muscle motionless. Suddenly she could make out a thin figure leaning in from the great room outside. He shone his light in a long beam down the hallway, sweeping it up and down the walls. "He's got us," Charlie thought, but inexplicably he turned and went, apparently satisfied. They waited another few minutes, but there was nothing. He was gone. They all moved slowly out of their crouched positions, stretching limbs that had gone to sleep. Halton shook one foot vigorously until he could stand on it. Charlie looked down at Jessica, who was still hunched over, as if frozen in time. "Jessica, are you okay?" she whispered. Jessica looked up, smiling. Yes, you won't believe this." She was pointing at the wall. Charlie leaned over to see. There, etched in the worn brick, were clumsy letters almost illegible to a child's handiwork. "Carlton smells like feet." "You've got to be kidding me." "You gotta be kidding me," John whispered in awe, turning to face the wall and placing both hands against it. "I recognize these bricks," he laughed. "These are the same bricks. This mine faded. They didn't tear it down. They built around it." "It's still here," Jessica unsuccessfully tried to keep her voice down. "There has to be a way in," she added, her eyes wide with an almost childish excitement. Charlie shone the flashlight up and down the hallway, playing the light off each wall. There was no break, no door. "There has to be a back door to Freddy's," Sean said. "Marla wrote that right next to the back door, right?" "Why didn't they just knock it down?" Charlie pondered. "Does this hallway just lead nowhere?" Jessica said, puzzled. "It's the story of my life," Colton said lightly. "Wait." Charlie ran her fingers along the edge of a shelf, peering through the odds and ends crammed onto it. The wall behind it looked different. It was metal, with brick. "Right here." She stepped back and looked at the others. "Help me move it." John and Jessica pressed against one side of the muffled, unified side in a unified effort. She and Colton pulled on the other side. It was immensely heavy, laden with cleaning supplies and large buckets of nails and tools, but it slid farther down the hall most easily without incident. Jessica stepped back, breathing hard. "John, give me the big light again." Or was Charlie seeing it? No idea. He handed it over, and she turned it back on, aiming it to where the shelf had stood. So it's Charlie. "This is it," she said. It was metal and rusting, spattered with paint, a stark contrast to the walls around it. There was only a hole where the handle had been. Someone must have removed it so the shelf could lie flush against the door. Silently, Charlie handed the flashlight back to John, and he held it above her head so she could see. She slipped around the others and tried to squeeze her fingers into the hole where the doorknob was, trying to pull it open, but to no avail. It's not going to open. It's not going to open, she said. John was behind her, peering over a second. Just a second. He squeezed himself into the space beside her and knelt carefully. I don't think it's locked or anything, he said. I think it's just a little rusty. Look at it. The door extended all the way to the floor, its bottom ragged and unfinished. The hinges were on the other side, and the edges were caked in rust. It looked as though it hadn't been opened in years. John and Charlie pulled on it together, and it moved a fraction of an inch. Yay, yes, Janet just exclaimed, more shouting than covered her mouth. Sorry, she whispered, containing my excitement. They took turns pulling on it, leaning over one another, the metal scraping their fingers. The door held for a long moment, and then it came loose, under their weight, swinging open slowly with an unearthly screech. Charlie looked nervously over her shoulder, and the guard did not appear. The door opened only about a foot wide, and they went one by one until all four were through. Inside, the air changed, and they all stopped short. Ahead of them was a dark hallway, familiar to them all. Is this? Jessica whispered, not taking her eyes from the dark expanse. It's here, Charlie thought. She held out her hand for the flashlight, and John handed it to her wordlessly. She shone the light ahead of them, sweeping the walls. They were covered in children's drawings, crayons on yellowing, curling paper. She started forward, and the others followed, feet shuffling on old tile. It seemed to take forever to traverse the hall, or perhaps it was just that they were moving slowly, with methodical, deliberate steps. Eventually, the hallway opened up into a larger expanse, the dining room. It was just as they remembered it, completely preserved. The flashlight beam bounced off 1,000 little things, reflective, glittered, or topped with foil ribbon. The tables were still in place, covered in their silver and white checkered cloths. The chairs were pulled up to them haphazardly. Some tables were too many and others were too few. It looked as though the room had been abandoned in the middle of the lunch hour. Everyone had gotten up expecting to return, but never did. They walked in cautiously, breathing cold, stale air that had been trapped inside for a decade. The whole restaurant gave off a sense of abandonment. No one was coming back. There was a small merry-go-round barely visible to the distant corner. With 4 child-sized ponies still at rest from the last little song. In an instant, Charlie froze in place, as did the others. There they were. Eyes stared back from the dark, large and lifeless. An illogical panic pulsed through her. Time held still. No one spoke, no one breathed, as though a predatory animal was stalking them. But as the moments passed, the fear waned, until she was back again, as a child, and with old friends. Separated from one another for far too long, Charlie walked toward the eyes in a straight line. Behind her the others were motionless. Hers were the only footsteps. Charlie She touched the cold back of an old party chair without looking at it, guiding it out of her path. She took one final step, and the eyes in the dark became clear. It was them. Charlie smiled. "Hi," she whispered, too soft for the others to hear. Before her stood 3 animatronic animals: a bear, a rabbit, and a chicken, all standing as tall as adults, maybe taller. Their bodies were segmented, like artists' models, each limb made of distinct, squarish pieces, separate at the joints. They belonged to the restaurant. Maybe the restaurant belonged to them, and there had been a time when everyone knew them by name. There was Bonnie the rabbit. His fur was a bright blue. His squared-off muzzle held a permanent smile, and his wide and chip pink eyes were thick-lidded or lighted, giving him a perpetually worn-out expression. His ears stuck up straight, crinkling over at the top, and his large feet poised to play, splayed out for ballads. He held a bass guitar, blue paws poised to play, and around his neck was a bow tie that matched the instrument's fiery colour. Chica the chicken was more bulky and had an apprehensive look, thick black eyebrows arching over her purple eyes and her beak slightly open, revealing teeth, as she held out a cupcake on a platter. The cupcake itself was somewhat disturbing, with eyes set into its pink frosting and teeth hanging out over the cake, a single candle sticking out of the top. I was expecting the cupcake to jump off the plate. Colton gave a half laugh, cautiously stepped up to Charlie's side. "There's some taller than I remember," he added in a whisper. "That's because you never got this close as a kid." Charlie smiled at ease and stepped closer. "We were busy hiding under the tables," Jessica said from behind them, still some distance away. Chica wore a bib around her neck with the words "Let's eat" set out in purple and yellow against a confetti-covered background. A tuft of feathers stuck up in the middle of her head. Standing between Bonnie and Chica was Freddy Fazbear himself, namesake of the restaurant. He was the most genial looking of the three, seeming at ease where he was, a robust if lean brown bear. He smiled down at the audience, holding a microphone in one paw, sporting a black bow tie and top hat. The only incongruity is the species was the color of his eyes, a bright blue that surely no bear has ever had before him. His mouth hung open and his eyes were partially closed, as though he had been frozen in song. Carlton drew closer to the stage until his knees pressed up against the rim of it. "Hey, Freddy," he whispered. "Long time no see." He reached out to grab the microphone, wiggling it to see if we could get it loose. "Don't!" Charlie blurted, looking up into Freddy's fixed gaze as though making sure he hadn't noticed. Colton pulled his hand back while he had touched something hot. Not like he had touched something hot. "Sorry." "Come on," John said, cracking a smile. "You want to see the rest of the place." They spread out across the room, peering into corners and carefully trying doors, acting as though everything might be breakable to the touch. John went over to the small carousel, and Colton disappeared into the back dark arcade off the main room. "I remember being a lot brighter and noisier in here." Colton smiled as though at home again, running his hands over the aging knobs and flat plastic buttons. "I wonder if my house school's still on here," he muttered to himself. To the left of the stage was a small hallway. Half hoping no one would notice where she'd gone, Charlie started down it silently, as the others occupied themselves with their own curiosities. At the end of the short, thin corridor was her father's office. It had been Charlie's favourite place in the restaurant. She liked to play with her friends in the main area, but she loved the singular privilege of coming back here when her father was doing paperwork. She paused outside the door, her hand poised over the knob, remembering. Most of the room was filled with his desk, his filing cabinets, and small boxes of uninteresting parts. One corner was a smaller filing cabinet, painted a salmon colour that Charlie had always insisted would be pink. It had been Charlie's. The bottom drawer held toys and crayons. On top had what she liked to call my paperwork. This was the coloring books and drawings, but occasionally she would go over to her father's desk and try to copy down whatever he was writing in a childish crayoned hand. Charlie tried the door, but it was locked. Better this way, she thought. The office was personal, and that she did not really want it open tonight. She headed back into the main dining room and found John looking pensively at the merry-go-round. He eyed her with curiosity, but did not ask where she had gone. I used to love this thing, Charlie smiled, approaching warmly. Yet now the painted figure seemed odd and lifeless to her. John made a face, as though he knew what she was thinking. Not the same, he said. He rubbed his hand over the top of a polished pony as though to scratch it behind the ear. Just not the same, he repeated, rubbing his hand and gazing elsewhere. Charlie glanced to see where the others were. In the arcade, she could see Jessica and Carlton wandering among the games. Consoles stood still and unlit like massive tombstones, their screens blank. I never liked playing the games, Jessica said, smiling. They move too fast, and just when I'd start to figure out what to do, I'd die and it would be someone else's turn. She wiggled the joystick and squeaked from neglect. They were rigged anyway, Colton said with a wink. When was the last time you played one of these? Jessica asked, peering close into one of the screens to see what image was burned into it from too many years of use. Colton was busy rocking a pinball machine back and forth, trying to get a ball to come loose. There's a pizza place I visit sometimes, he said. He set the table back on four legs, carefully glanced at Jessica. There is no Freddy's, he added. John was roaming through the dining room again, amid the tables, flicking the stars and spirals hanging overhead. He plucked a red pie out from the table, a stretched rubber band hanging loosely from his base, and snapped it around his head. Red and white tassels hanging down over his face. Let's check out the kitchen, he said. Charlie followed as he bounded off towards it. Although the kitchen had been off limits to her friends, she had spent a lot of time there, so much so that the chefs chased her out by name. Or at least by the name they heard her father call her, Charlotte. John overheard someone calling her Charlotte one day, and when they were in kindergarten persisted at teasing her with it constantly. He always get a rise out of her with that. It wasn't that Charlie didn't like her full name, but Charlie was who she was to the world. Her father called her Charlotte, and it was like a secret between them, something no one else was allowed to share. The day she left Hurricane for good, the day they said goodbye, John had hesitated. Bye, Charlie, he said. In their cards, letters, and phone calls, he had never called her Charlotte again. She never asked why, and he never told her. The kitchen was still fully stocked with pots and pans, but it held little interest for Charlie in the midst of her memories. She headed back into the open space of the dining room, and John followed. At the same time, Jessica and Carlton stumbled out of the arcade, tripping into each other as they crossed the threshold between rooms in the dark. Anything interesting? John asked. Gum wrapper, 30 cents. Gum wrapper, 30 cents. And Jessica, so no, not at all, not really, Colton said. Jessica playfully gave him a punch in the shoulder. Oh, have we all forgotten? Jessica gave an evil smile, pointed to another hallway on the upper side of the dining room. She headed towards it swiftly before anyone could answer, and they followed her. The hallway was long and narrow, and the farther they went, the less the flashlight seemed to illuminate. At last the passage opened out into a small room for private parties, set up with its own tables and chairs. As they entered, there was a collective hush. Then in front of them was a small stage, the curtain drawn. A sign was strung across the front, out of order. It read in neat, handwritten letters. They stood still for a moment, and Jessica went up to it and poked the sign. Pirates Cove, she said. 10 years later and it's still out of order. Don't touch it, Charlie thought. I had one birthday back here, John said. It was out of order then too. He took hold of the edge of the curtain and rubbed the glitter fabric between his fingers. No, Charlie wanted to say again, but stop. You're being silly, she chided herself. What do you think he's still back there? Jessica said playfully, trying to make a reveal with one giant swing on the curtain. I'm sure he is, John gave a full smile, seeming uncomfortable for the first time. Yes, he's still there, Charlie thought. She stepped back cautiously, suddenly becoming aware of the drawings and posters surrounding them, with spiders on the wall. Charlie's flashlight carefully inched and pictured the picture, all depicting different variations of the same character. A large and energetic pirate fox with a patch over one eye and a hook for a hand, usually swinging in to deliver pizza to hungry children. This room where you were. Is it the room where you were the one hiding under the tables? Jessica said to Charlie, and laughed. But you're a big girl now, right? Jessica climbed up onto the stage unsteadily, almost losing her footing. John reached out a hand to steady her as she righted herself. She giggled nervously, looking down at the others as though for guidance, then grabbed hold of the tasseled edge of the fabric. She waved her other hand in front of her face as dust fell from the cloth. Maybe this isn't a good idea. She laughed, but there was an edge to her voice, like she really meant it, and she looked down at the stage for a moment, as though poised to climb back down. Still, she didn't move, taking the edge of the curtain again. Wait, John said. Can you hear that? They were all dead quiet, and in the silence Charlie could hear them. Charlie could hear them all breathing. John's breaths were deliberate and calm. Jessica's quick and nervous, as though about it, her own breathing began to feel odd, like she'd forgotten how to do it. I don't hear anything, Jessica said. She said. Me neither, Jessica echoed. What is it? Music. It's coming from... He gestured back the way they had come. From the stage? Charlie cocked her head to the side. I don't hear it. It's like a music box, he said. Charlie and Jessica listened carefully. The blank expressions didn't change. It stopped, I guess. John returned his gaze forward. Maybe it was an ice cream truck, Jessica whispered. Hey, that wouldn't be so bad right now. John appreciated the levity. Jessica turned attention back to the curtain, but John began to hum a tune to himself. It reminded me of something, he mumbled. Okay, here I go, Jessica announced. She did not move. Charlie found her eyes drawn to Jessica's hand on the curtain. The pink manufactured nails pale against the dark, glittery fabric. It was almost like the hushed moment in a theatre crowd, when the lights went dark and the curtain had not yet risen. They were all still, all anticipating, but they were not watching. No longer playing a game. All the mirth had gone out of Jessica's face. Her cheekbones stood out stark in the shadows, and her eyes looked grim, as though the simple thing she was about to do might be of terrible consequence. As Jessica hesitated, Charlie realized her hand hurt. She was making a fist so tight her nails dug into her flesh. She could not force her grip to loosen. A crash sounded from the back of where they came. This cascading clang sound hanging out, filling the whole space. John and Charlie froze, meeting each other's eyes in sudden panic. Jessica dropped the curtain and leaped off the stage, bumping into Charlie and knocking the light out of her hands. "Where's the way out?" she exclaimed. John came over to help. They hurriedly searched the walls and Charlie chased the light beam spiraling across the floor. As they were all back on their feet, Carlton came trotting in. "I knocked over a bunch of pots in the kitchen," he exclaimed, an apology amid the panic. "I thought you were with us," Charlie said. "I wanted to see if there was any food left," Carlton said, not making it clear if he'd found anything or not. "Seriously?" John laughed. "The guard might have heard that," Jessica said anxiously. "We have to get out of here." He started for the door, and Jessica started running. The rest took off after her, picking up speed as they reached the hallway until they were racing through the storm. As they were racing, as though something were behind them. "Run, run!" John called out as they all burst to giggles, and the panic feigned, but the urgency grew. They squeezed back through the door one by one, and they pushed it shut with the same painful squeal. Phil and John leaning on it until it sealed. They all took hold of the shelf, everything back into place, and placing the tools so that it appeared undisturbed. "Looks good," Jessica said, and John took her arm, guiding her away. They made their way quickly but carefully back to the way they came, using only Carlton's penlight. Back through the empty hallways and the open atrium to the parking lot. Guard's light did not appear again. "You're a little anticlimactic," Colin said with disappointment, checking back one more time in hopes they weren't being chased. "Are you kidding?" Charlie said as she went back to her car, already pulling the keys free from her pocket. She felt as though something locked deep inside her had been disturbed, and she was not sure if it was a good thing or not. "That was fun," John said, and Jessica laughed. "That was terrifying," she cried. "It can be both," Carlton said, grinning widely. Charlie began to laugh, and John joined in. "What?" Jessica said. Charlie shook her head, still laughing a little. "It's just... we're all exactly the same as we were. I mean, we're totally different and old and everything, but it's the same. You and Colin sound exactly like you did when you were 6. "Right," Jessica said, rolling her eyes again, but John nodded. "I know what you mean," he said. And so does Jessica. She's just doesn't like to admit it. He glanced back at the mall. "Is everyone sure the guard didn't see us?" "We can outrun him now," Colin said reasonably, his hand resting on the car. "I guess," John said, but he did not seem convinced. "You haven't changed either, you know," Jessica said with a certain satisfaction. "Stop looking for problems where there aren't any." "Still," John said, glancing back again, "we should get out of here. I don't want to push our luck." "See you tomorrow then," Jessica said as they parted ways. Carlton gave a little wave over his shoulder. Charlie's heart sank a little as Jessica settled herself into the passenger seat, tidily buckling herself in. She had not been looking forward to this. It wasn't that she didn't like Jessica. It was that being alone with her was uncomfortable. She still wasn't much more than a stranger. Yet Charlie was still exhilarated from this night's adventures, and the lingering adrenaline gave her new confidence. She smiled at Jessica. After tonight, they suddenly had something very much in common. Do you know where the motel is? Do you know where the motel is? She asked, and Jessica nodded and reached for the purse down at her feet. It was small and black. With a long strap. And on the drive to the construction site, Charlie had already seen her remove a lip gloss, a mirror, a pack of breath mints, a sewing kit, and a tiny hairbrush. Now she's pulled out a small notebook and pens. Charlie smiled. Sorry, how much stuff do you have in that thing? She asked, and Jessica looked at her with a grin. The secret of the purse is not. It must not be disclosed, she said playfully, and they both laughed. Jessica started reading Charlie the directions, and Charlie obeyed, tending left and right without paying much attention to her surroundings. Jessica had already checked in, so they went straight to their room. A small beige box of a room with 2 double beds, covered in shiny brown spreads. Charlie set her bags under the bed closest to the door, and Jessica went to the window. As you can see, I splurged on the room with a view, she said, and flung the curtains open dramatically to reveal 2 dumpsters and a dried-out hedge. I want to have my wedding here. Right, Charlie said, amused. Jessica's prim demeanour and fashion model looks made it so easy to forget that she was smart as well. As a child, she remembered being slightly intimidated every time they got together and played before realizing after the first minutes of how much she liked Jessica. She wondered if it was hard for Jessica to make friends, looking the way she did, but it wasn't the kind of thing you could really ask someone. Jessica flopped down on the bed, lying across it to face Charlie. So tell me about you, she said confidently, mocking a tall show host or someone's nosy mother. Charlie shrugged awkwardly, put on the spot. What does that mean? She asked. Jessica laughed. I don't know. What an awful thing to ask, right? I mean, how do you know the answer to that? How about school? Any cute boys? Charlie lay down across the bed, mimicking Jessica's position. Cute boys? What are we, 12? Well, Jessica said impatiently. I don't know, she said. Not really. Her class was too small. She had known most of the people in it since she moved in with Aunt Jen, and dating anyone like them like that seemed forced and altogether unappealing. She told Jessica as much. Most of the girls, if they want to date, they date older guys, she said. And you don't have an older guy? Jessica teased. Nah, Charlie said. I figured I'd wait around for our batch to grow up. Right, Jessica burst out laughing before quickly thinking of something to share. Last year there was this guy, Donnie, she said. I was gaga for him, like, really. He was so sweet to everyone. He wore all black all the time, and he had his black curly hair so thick. All I could think about was when I sat behind him. I was burying my face in it. I was so distracted I ended up with a Manus in Treg. He was super artistic. A poet, and he carried around one of those black leather notebooks. He was always scribbling something in it, but he would never show anybody. She sighed dreamingly. I feel if I could get him to show me his poetry, I would really come to know his soul, you know. So did he ever? Said Charlie. Oh yeah, she said, nodding emphatically. I asked him out finally, you know, because he was shy and he was never going to ask me. And we went to the movies and made out a little. We went and hung out on the roof of his apartment building. I don't know how I want to study ancient civilization and go on. And he showed me his poems. And she come to know his soul, Charlie asked. Excited to be included in school talk. Something she felt like she'd never really gotten to participate in before. Johnny nodded eagerly, but not too eagerly. She calmed herself as Jessica scooted forward on the bed to whisper, "The poems were awful. I didn't know it was possible to be both melodramatic and boring at the same time. I mean, like, just reading them made me embarrassed for him." She covered her face in her hands. Charlie laughed. "What did you do?" "What could I do? I thought it wasn't going to work out, and we went home." "Well, wait, right after you read his poetry?" "I still had a notebook in my hand." "Oh no, Jessica, that's awful. You must have broken his heart." "I know, I felt so bad, but it was like the words just came out of my mouth. I couldn't stop myself." "Did he ever speak to you again?" "Oh yeah, he's perfectly nice. Now he takes statistics and economics and wears sweater vests." "You broke him. You broke him." Charlie threw a pillow at Jessica, who sat up and caught it. "I know, he'll probably be a millionaire stockbroker instead of a starving artist." "It's all my fault," she grinned. Come on, he'll thank me someday." Charlie shook her head. "Do you really want to be an archaeologist?" "Yeah," Jessica said. "Huh," said Charlie. "Sorry, I thought..." She shook her head. "Sorry, that is really cool." "You thought I'd want to do something in fashion," Jessica said. "Well, yeah. It's okay," Jessica said. "I did too. I mean, I do. I love fashion. But there's only so much there's so much to it, you know. I think it's amazing to think that how people lived 1,000 years ago, or 2,000, or 10. They were just like us, but they're so different. I like to imagine living in other times. Other places. Wonder who I would have even been. Anyway, what about you?" Charlie rolled over onto her back, looking up at the ceiling. Tiles were made of loose, stained styrofoam, and the one above her head was askew. "I hope there aren't any bugs up in there," she thought. "I don't know," she said slowly. "I think it's really cool that you know who you want to be. But I've just never had that kind of a plan." "Well, it's not like you have to figure it out now," Jessica said. "Maybe," Charlie said. "But I don't know. You know what you want to do. John's known since he could hold a pencil that he wanted to be a writer, and he's already getting published. Even Colton, I don't know what his plan, but you can just see that there's a scheme brewing behind all his kidding around. I just don't have that kind of direction." "It doesn't matter," Jessica said. "I don't think the most people know at our age. Plus, I might change my mind, or not get into college or something. You never know what's going to happen. Hey, I'm going to get changed. I want to get some sleep." She went into the bathroom, and Charlie stayed where she was, gazing at the sorry-looking ceiling. She supposed it was becoming a defect, but earnest refusal to consider the past or the future. Live in the present moment," her Aunt Jen said often. Charlie had taken it to heart. Don't dwell on the past. Don't worry about things that may never happen. In eighth grade, she had taken a shop class, vaguely hoping the mechanical work might spark something of her father's talent, might unleash some inherited passion lying latent within her. But it had not. She had made a clumsy-looking birdhouse for the backyard. She never took another shop class, and the birdhouse only attracted only one squirrel, promptly knocked it down. Jessica came out of the bathroom wearing pink striped pajamas, and Charlie went in to get ready for bed. changing and brushing her teeth hurriedly. When she came again, Jessica was already under the covers with the light by her bed turned off. Charlie turned hers off too, but the light from the parking lot still shone in from the windows, somehow filtering past the dumpsters. Charlie stared up at the ceiling again, her hands behind her head. "Do you know what's going to happen tomorrow?" she asked. I don't really know," Jessica said. "I know there's a ceremony at the school." "Yeah, I know that," Charlie said. "Are we going to have to do anything? Like, do they want us to speak?" "I don't think so," Jessica said. "Why, do you want to say something?" "No, I was just wondering." "Do you ever think about him?" Jessica asked. "Sometimes I try not to," Charlie said half truthfully. She had still left the subject of Michael in her mind, locked him tight behind a mental wall, and she never touched. It wasn't an effort to avoid the subject. In fact, it was an effort to think of him now. What about you?" she asked Jessica. "Not really," she said. "It's weird, right? Something happens and it's the worst thing you could ever imagine. And it's just burned into you at the time. Like it's going to go on forever. And then years go by and it's just another thing that happened. Not like it's not important or terrible, but it's in the past, just as much as everything else, you know?" "I guess," Charlie said. But she did know. "I just try not to think about those things." "Me too. You know, I just went to the funeral last week." I'm sorry," Charlie said, sitting up. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine," Jessica said. "I barely even knew him. He was just an old relative who lived 3 states away. I think I met him once, but I hardly remember it. I always went for my mum's sake. But it was an old-fashioned funeral parlour, like in the movies, with an open coffin. We all walked by the coffin, and when it was my turn, I looked at him, and he had been sleeping, you know, just common restful. Like people always say dead people look. There's nothing that I could have pointed out that made me think dead. And if you ask me, every feature of his face looked like the same as if he were alive. His skin was the same, his hair was the same as if he were alive. But he wasn't alive, and I just knew it. I would have known it immediately, even if he wasn't, in the coffin." "I know what you mean. There's something about them when they're," Charlie said softly. It sounds so stupid when I say it. Now look at him, he looks so alive. And yet I just knew that he wasn't made. He wasn't. It made my skin crawl." "That's the worst thing, isn't it?" Charlie said. "Things that act alive but aren't." "What?" Jessica asked. "I mean, things that look alive but aren't," Jessica said quietly. "We should get some sleep," she said. "Did you set your alarm?" "Yes," Jessica said. "Good night." "Night." Charlie knew sleep was still a long way off. She knew what Jessica meant, probably better than Jessica did. The artificial shrine in her eyes followed you as you moved, just like a real person's would. The slight lurch of realistic animals did not move in the way a living thing should. The occasional programming glitch that made a robot appear and to have done something new, creative. Her childhood had been filled with them. She had grown up with the strange gap between life and not life. It had been her world. It had been her father's world. Charlie closed her eyes. But what did that world do to him? And that's where I'll leave. And that's chapter 2. And that was chapter 2 of Five Nights at Freddy's: The Silver Eyes. 66 pages done out of a total of 300 66 pages done out of 389. I shall now put I shall now. The book has now been put back to where it was, with with its note thing, keeping tabs on where we left off. Meaning, no, next time the next wacky light. Next time we do a reading stream, it'll continue from there. For now, that's the Wacky Reading Zone portion complete. And so now I need to get. I'll have to get ready. I'm gonna get Roblox ready, so I'll keep this up for now, so I can get Wacky. I'm gonna let Roblox TGW607 get himself ready now. So please be patient, everyone. Hello. There we go. This is part of Wacky Roblox Zone. Yep, this game was made in 2014. Let me just 53 points in here. I've gotten all these. Let's see. Pick a class. Yeah, it's gonna take a while for my character to just. Yep, we have a gun and we got a melee. Nope. Paul. Hello, there's no one there. I'm apparently called Emma. We are in an apocalypse and there we go. Be careful of the red bricks, they damage you if you stand too close. There you go, that's Paul. You can wait to be careful, there are zombies near. The blue bricks heal you. Stand next to them. Oh, our health bar is now on the top right. Oh, I'm dead. Make way out of the caves! I can't. I died. Okay, I'm being re-added. Oh, never mind. Because I'm the only one in here, so I don't mind. Oh yeah, these are the zombies. That's the training room, the obby over there. I'll play this for a bit, then I'm probably also going to swap to other games as well. One of the things I should have done is I should have gotten the stream manager up on my phone. So I could keep an eye on chat. Yeah, we got the AK-47. Pan. Yeah, just a second, losing some assets. This is what that screen was about. Yep, I'll go by the name of Emma again. Basically, that's what this game practically is. You basically have to try and survive 30 rounds. I'm the only one in here. Well, I'm gonna close that game for down for now then. That's practically what Defenders of Roblox is basically about. You're basically like a group of survivors. You make it through like so many waves of zombies and all and then the second to the last stage, you're basically going against everyone that's waiting in the main lobby area because they become the zombies themselves, kind of thing, and it's basically like a player versus player kind of thing until the final boss. So that's what Defenders of Roblox is. And I recommend trying it out because it is an old game, and it was brought back recently, and it is fun. But it is a game I've played multiple times back in the day, and I love it. It is a game I can just highly praise and a lot for everything it does. So yeah, now that I need to find I'm gonna find another Roblox game. If I can't, then I'll probably just move straight into Whacky Craft Zone. I've got everything ready and a lot for it, so it just needs. All it needs to be done is basically. Oh god, this is a game I haven't seen in a long time. This is a game I haven't touched in a long time. It's not this one, but there's another. I know Stop It Slender, where someone ends up being. Someone's going to become the Slender, then everyone else is become like the players, so you have to find the pages and all that lot. But there is another game though that I should look for my favourites. Let me see. Another Prison Life. Okay, so it's no longer around. Hide and Seek in Extra Large Living Spaces is an old one as well that I haven't been to in a long time as well. So basically it's like a trip down memory lane, just going through some of these games that I used to play back when I was like fresh in Roblox. Here you go. The base is at the hub area, and all these are the maps that you could go to, kind of thing. And they are the extra large living spaces. There were so many fun areas to go to hide in. There's so many so many secrets, and that's for VIP. Since there's not enough players here, I'm just showing the whole obby area. The lobby. So you have points, you can get cotton candy, sprint, chewing gum, invisible legs, invisible arms. The arranged bear is the one that I always remember, because I remember it going, fresh meat. And that's for the mega VIPs, but I don't have VIP privilege. It's a bit sad that some of these that Defenders Roblox and this game don't have the people anymore playing them. Like these need to be relived. These are all games I have not touched in so many long years. I don't think I've completed this one. A little obstacle course kind of thing. Yeah, you can see that. You meant to try and climb up to that over there. I think I did once before when there were so many people playing this. Because if you get found, like if you get tagged by the person that's it, then you basically respawn here, kind of thing. I think I remember this one. It's just a thing of finding the invisible. Is like invisible? Is it like invisible areas here somewhere? You can tell he meant to get up. If I remember, there was like invisible blocks or something here. I can't remember where. Like I said, it's in it's invisible. Yeah, let's go visit the. Down here. Yeah, those kind of thing. Yeah, you had so many people just trying to get up this, and then you just got, and we're all just piling on each other just to get up that. Fond memories. Survive the disaster is a great one. So is prison life. It was a hilarious one. Although I'm going to quickly sort my avatar out. I want to. I'll just go. Let's change my avatar out. I'm getting rid of the. I'm going to fix up my character now since technically I won't need it anymore. So the shattered hat is basically being restored to my mayoral hat. On my head it returns to normal. I'll lose the wings. Trying to think, should I use the Staff of Robux Royalty, Amy's Hammer, or Big's Fishing Rod? Or could stay as I am. Just remove the glasses and all. I'm just gonna I'll get rid of the waist accessory because it's not really. Yes, I'm probably almost back to normal. Remove Froggy. So I have to remove the endoskeleton is the metal sonic muzzle thing and the glasses and the scarf. Then I would shrink my height somewhat back to normal, to the regular casual height. Then I'll be basically back to how I was when I first started Roblox kind of thing. But you know how it is. There we go. I'm gonna now find a different game. Let's see. I'm not staying still at all for all this. I mean, I could play Stop It Slender if need be. Because we are heading to Pulse RP later. I could play something like Recharge if wanted, showing showing everything in there with like the characters. Yeah, I think I showed it off already before during a Whacky Roblox Zone. I don't remember. It was like an old another role-playing place called The Legend. It's like RP The Legend. It was an old one. It used to be called Mario and Sonic RP The Legend, but it's closed down now. So it's. So it's saddening. It's where it literally was. It was due to the Mario Sonic RP the Legend that my character became where he that the Great Waluigi Stone ended up being who he is. Let's see. I remember doing an obby based on Mario, but they had to rechange. But the person that made it had to change like some of the assets and the name to Red Plumber Adventure Obby. I think because of Nintendo, like Nintendo has ruined everything, so they use it, destroying everything as they normally do. I could play Survive the Disasters if needed. Just seeing how long I can survive. See how many of them I can survive or something. Just for like, just to show for all time sakes. Oh, hang on a minute. I'll be right back, guys. I'm being called away.
because we're not going to get another.
And with that, I'm back, everyone. Sorry about that. Got dragged away because my mother wanted me to help her with putting some Halloween stuff up, because she chose to leave everything. She leaves things at in wrong moments. Although she knows I was going to stream today, so I mentioned it to her. But then again, it had to be done. So if it wasn't going to get done, it wouldn't get done, kind of thing. So yeah, I'm going to bring this up so that because this is Brent's on here as well, so I'm going to give Brent a shout out. The mute and deafen. I'm back. There we go. Just had to see what's happening on Brent's side. There you go. I'm curious to see what the mute and deafen. I'm back, guys. Sorry, just been listening to Brent Zone as we go, just hanging out with him as well now. But I am going to switch over later on to Whacky Craft Zone so we can keep the stream going. See, Brent. Be right back, guys. I am back, everyone. Sorry for leaving you all hanging and all that. The problem of putting Halloween stuff up now. The problem is now, well, tomorrow it'll all come down, so it's going to be problematic. Problematic as never is. Yeah, so I am literally exhausted. I've been tired out from just. Oh dear. Well, we're moving to Whacky Craft Zone. Let's do that. I'm just gonna get it up and running now. So hearing loud sounds and looking out through my magnets from outside my room and all that lot. I'll be honest, I really do question about the times of when about why I stream, about why I started my stream on this day. Why did I choose to do this this God forbidden day as my stream anniversary? Yeah, I'll put flying battery on and I'll put it loud enough. I should be checking on the music side, so I apologise for them if there's anyone on YouTube that's been waiting for a response. I am regretting streaming today at the moment. Yeah, two of them are squeezing over the hot dogs. Makes me wish I did string today. That's right, I need to sort the resource packs. Ain't working, so let's get into Whacky Craft Zone. I'm gonna be mute, guys. I'm sorry. There we go. Sorry for being completely quiet, everyone. I just had to. There's so much noise going on all over. Oh my. Yeah, I don't know how I got this lock. Am I lost? Yes. Oh, the friend. conclusion is going to be like one of the longer ones, because then I'm probably going to call that low. Sadly, this will have to be it for the Whacky Craft Zone. There's so much more to do. Let's find somewhere to land, and I could just stay on top of the trees, because why the hell not? If I can find another pale wolf, maybe I'll find an orange fox. All that. Baby villager. Three huts and a small village. This is more of a giant lush cave. Let's check around here before I leave. Okay. We're running out now. Thank you. Thank you, Minecraft Waluigi. No, Minecraft TGW. Although you go on by the name of Whacky Waluigi though. As in Whacky Waluigi. That's probably what his name was meant to be, I can't remember. Anyways, that's the... That's that. The next tab is Whacky Waluigi with Whacky Avatar Tone and the Whacky Sprite Zone. So we're gonna... The Whacky Avatar Zone is basically a mix of... Well, it's basically where we're going to work on some avatars. So we'll either be doing some Sonic Forces avatars, or we'll be going to the Pulse RP server to work on them. If that makes sense. Yeah, I apologise for all the inconvenient sounds that you're hearing, everyone. It is what it is, I'm afraid. I'm gonna mute anyways, and I'll be right back. Oh yeah, so now we're getting up the Pulse RP server. Start looking on stuff.